Yo, 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 good morning, good morning. So we're currently in the process of improving and extending the Terraform system. And yesterday we successfully re-added the height Terraform. I think we have a few things left. We can make it even better. Functionality wise, of course we can make it look a lot better visually, add some polish and stuff like that, but this is pretty much where we were before when it comes to height terraformation, with the only difference that this runs way better, quicker, better in every possible way, pretty much. So what we're going to start today with is re-adding the grass data, or Terraform to add grass. We're probably not going to add the visual grass back today because I'm still thinking about how exactly I want to do in that regard. But we can at least change the underlying data in such a way so that when I've concluded of how I want to visualize the grass, like I'm talking about, so previously we actually had the ground and grass shader in one shader, and that might be what we opt for eventually as well. I'm just trying to research if there's a better way to do it. Like, I would like to split those materials up because rendering the grass is always going to be it's going to be way more expensive than just rendering the ground. And if we merge those two shaders, we can pretty much assume that even though we don't have any grass or just very little grass, it's still going to take as long as if everything was grass. So the worst possible path in these shaders. If we can split them into two different materials, it might be better. But then again, I want to support the full ground being grass at a good performance. So we will see. We'll get back to it. I'm gonna have to do a little bit more research in that regard. But we're gonna add back so that the data is added at least. And then I think we're gonna add back this, what we have here. So this is the activity data. We can see here that the scaling is a little bit wrong. So this is height min, and then we have velocity, direction, and then we have velocity strength. And do we have something else? That's water. So strength, direction, height max, and height min. We can actually see here that height min doesn't print anything right now. So what's up, Neozoid? We're gonna fix alteration of the grass. We're gonna fix so that the activity texture is back as it was. I wonder if we can check mark both of those tasks real quick. We are gonna add back the snow and maybe even improve it visually a tiny bit. And then I think we're done with this iteration of the terrain system improvements. So then we can finally do some good old game logic. But that's pretty much the plan for today, so we'll see. So let's start with the grass. Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting day if we don't run into one problem that takes the full stream, but we'll see. So if we start at terrain brush, or terraform brush actually, we can actually go one step out. So action, interaction, terraform. if interaction terraform is on an entity that is playable, we listen to these inputs. And here we have update terraform type. And so if we trigger, or if we, I think it's control up and down arrow. If we click those, this method is called change brush mode. And what we do here is we do type is equal to type increment. So we loop through the different types currently. And then we do brush material set int brush color right mask shader string and color right mask. This method, we're still going to need it because remember, we try to batch our data so that we pack relative data close together. So we can take a look here that we have, previously we had height, foliage, and unused B and A in the same texture. This time we actually have default data. We're gonna call this one base data, and currently that is only height, but we're probably gonna have some other stuff there as well, I'm thinking. So when we terraform something, we might calculate the angles of the terraformation because we might want to make it more into stone. So if we have a 70-degree angle, we might want to make it into stone instead of dirt. But we'll see. And then we're going to call this one foliage. Right now, this one only includes foliage and unused BA. Foliage in this case is just grass. So how tall or how much grass do we have at this data point? These are grouped together. We're going to rework these later down the road as well. I want to go fully GPU-based water as well. And then we have our activity as well. So every data type has pretty much a macro index and a micro index. So macro index 0, micro index 0, macro index 1, micro index 0, macro index 1, micro index 1, and so on. And we have these macro index, micro index. It's a little bit of an ugly way to do this, but I want to improve this implementation of terrain data type. I think this is too big. We have too much functionality here to do it in this enum type of way. So we're gonna fix that eventually. I want to have some type of nested stuff. So I want to be able to write terrain data type dot activity dot height min. This is what I eventually want to write. But that's not what we're going to do now. Instead, we're going to take a look at macro and micro indices. So basically what this is, we want to replace color right mask with micro index. And I think we're gonna do something like this. Let's see here. We're going to do something like this, and we're not going to do a switch here. Instead, we're going to do if type.microindex is smaller than masks.length, we return something, else we return something else. Return masks. What are these errors I'm getting here? It's this one, right? Oh, we might as well cache it here, I think. Something like that. Public static color right mask. Is my IDE just bugging, or what am I missing here? Oh, yeah. So, okay, we want to do this. What the fuck? There we go. So let's put it like this. What the fuck? We want to return. Okay. Okay, I get it. Are you kidding me? Okay. Okay, if we do this then. Okay, something like that. This will work for now. Eventually, when we rework this one, it's probably gonna look a little bit cleaner. So Terraform brush, when we do color right mask, we should get the correct one here. So change brush mode, type here, increment. So we just go from height to foliage, okay. Something like this. This might be the only fix we need to do. We'll see, we'll see. I'll try. Wonder about this. Okay, so now we're changing height. That works. You can see the change here in data as well. And then if we go to foliage grass, we go to foliage grass and then we change to foliage here and we can actually paint this. Okay, beautiful. This doesn't affect anything right now, but we can paint it once again. The data type we have, we can go way beyond 1 and 2, or 1 and 0. That's why we get this blur here currently. Okay, that's nice. So that's the grass again. I want to do one quick thing concerning action terraform. So this was a process previously. So you instantiate it and then you exit it, right? Or you have to manually exit it. Start processing, and then we do stop processing. I think we're gonna do this for right now. Wonder if this works. Now we still have to manually cancel it. Try this one instead. I wonder. Yeah. Wonder which setting it is. Action interaction. Terraform. Yo, what's up, Quincy? We back like a snack attack. How's it going? It's going pretty good. Good so far. Just started today. But this week has been pretty nice and fast progress, I would say. Why can't we stop this one? I guess if we do something like just wait one frame before we stop it. It's still one frame without movement. But yeah, you won't be able to run on Terraform anyway. But this is better just during testing. Pretty good. I'm gonna add some more brushes actually. And I want to visualize the brushes on this grid as well. Not entirely sure how we want to do that just yet. Okay. Okay, let's see what we can do about let's see what we can do about activity height min and activity height max. It works. I think we have a scaling issue on it, don't we? Let's do post-processing volume. Let's disable this bloom. Yeah, we do. It fails here, so during at seams, yeah, we have the wrong scaling, and I think yeah, the further away from 0, 0 we get, the more of an offset we get. It's weird, the scaling here. Okay, but the biggest problem is between patches. Can we find one of those again? We can probably check it towards the center here. Yeah, here we only added to 1. Okay. Let's take a look. Entity, or we want to go dynamic entity. Yes, so previously we did this. We don't want to do that anymore. So pretty much every dynamic entity, I think entity does it at the start, yes. We're going to get to that one eventually as well. But for dynamic entities, or entities that can move around, we do it in every update. We tell the environment controller that we're occupying this space currently. And then it's it's actually the terrain base that will fix it. So let's go to terrain base real quick. Let's see what occupy does. Yeah, fuck this. This is the old way of doing it. It's not good enough. So basically what we do here is we just say this entity should occupy these terrain patches, and then we add them to a list in terrain patches, right? And then later on in late update, we draw. So for each terrain patch, we draw these entities to the data texture. I'm having second thoughts about this approach as well. I might want to alter this one a tiny bit, because this whole system of having entities tell the underlying terrain patches or terrain base that they are occupying it might be a little bit overkill. Instead, I'm wondering if we should solve this as a render feature, actually. Like, is that what I want to do today? One sec. Yeah, we're probably, so when we do this big pull request, when we have, or when we do this big push to master on all of this rework on all of these different systems, we're probably gonna close a whole lot of issues. So this will probably be activity data generation 1.0. I'm pretty damn sure that a better option would be to do this as a render feature. If we do it as a render feature, we pretty much skip this whole occupy stuff, so less work for the CPU. If we have a lot of entities moving around, we're going to call this one quite a lot. But I think that's a better option. The only thing I'm a little bit worried about is this one, but no, maybe not. It depends. If we do it as a render feature, we will probably go with a replace shader type of approach. So every object on a specific layer will be rendered and we replace the shaders. The only backside I see with that is that if we have objects that utilizes vertex displacement, we won't get the vertex displacement onto the data textures, but like I'm going through it in my head. I don't think that's not really what we are interested in. That will definitely be, I'm gonna put it on the to-do. So basically what we're gonna do is we're gonna rewrite this one so it works with our new backend. That's 1.0. We close this issue off, and then I'm gonna create a new issue where we do improvements on this system, basically. So let me just add a note to myself here. Yeah. Okay, so we have two issues with this one. The first one is the occupy call. We calculate the terrain patches that are involved or occupied here the wrong way. We need to do something similar to what we do here, basically. Brush type, resolution padding, patch dimension, resolution X. So pretty much this code, or at least this one, I want to put this in its own method because we're going to call it in a few different places. Do we need I and J here? I don't think we do. Brush. Okay. So what I want is get full terrain grid size, get terrain delta, occupy. I think we're going to do it like this, actually. Let's see. What I'm wondering is this offset, can we resolution padding, brush type resolution padding. It would be nice in this method if we could calculate offset there, but I don't know. Doing this should be the same, right? Because if that's the case, resolution padding. Yeah. We should be able to get this offset. I wonder. Yes, we're gonna do resolution padding. We're gonna change the name of this one to padding resolution. And then we're gonna have vector 2 padding normalized. Here we want to return resolution X, resolution Y. Base resolution. That's pretty much this one, or we do this, but not with patch dimension just yet. So I want to do offset is a vector 3 because we want it as a vector 3 here. That's true. So is that necessary? Is that really necessary? So we get it as a vector 2, right? Here we need it as a vector 3. We could actually do... I basically just want to get rid of a few lines here. In offset, we don't care about why. We need it here. Fuck it. So the only thing we have done basically is we've changed this one to patch dimension. We still want to have times brush dot type dot padding normalized dot x. Dot y. We're going to use this one in more places, but still. Offset, offset, offset. Okay, let's keep it like this for now. I just want to double check so it's still true, that it still works. Yes. Okay, get terrain patches within bounds. We want to return a list of terrain patches. So we basically want to do this, but instead of getting indices, max indice and min indices, we just want to get a list of all the terrain patches included in this. So let's see, how can we clean this up? The way we have our terrain patches is something like this. What is it? Matrix. Do we have something for that? We need it like this, and then it doesn't work. Yeah, maybe let's just skip making it cleaner and do... I don't want to do a double for loop here populating the array. That feels a little bit like overkill, but it would be nice if we did some sort of strip. We don't have indices here anymore. That's good. You know what? Why not? Or actually, can we just return... Can we return... Beautiful. Center min max. X min, Y min, Z min. Yeah, fuck it, let's do this. We don't need 3 dimensions, but I guess that's okay. Would love if we had a constructor that took min, 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 max, max, max. But I guess this is okay as well. And we're gonna work with X and Z because that makes sense in our 3 dimensions. And then we do something like this, but what do we have? Yeah. Get terrain patch. Fuck, what do we want to call this one? And we don't want brush here, we want to send in a bounce and an offset. Do I want to calculate the offset here? We need offset here as well. And we need it here and here. We need it here as well. Bounce min, bounce max. But I wonder. Patch dimension X, brush type padding normalized. Let's keep offset out here, but we can do like this instead, and then we can probably put this in its own method as well. I wanna see if we can do that. I think I want to offload it to the terrain patch because it's actually in the realm of terrain patches and not terrain base, but we'll see. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. I think we have everything working as it did. So let's just take a look at this one real quick. Terrain patch bounds min. We have offset. Then we have UV min and UV max. Yeah, we want to. What do we send in? We send in. Oh, do we only send in what the? Yeah, this is in world space. Yeah, it is. Ooh, okay, so this is pretty nice, I think. The only thing that bothers me is this offset right here. It's the texture padding. How big is the texture padding in world space? We should be able to convert it. This offset is based on patch dimension. Fuck yeah. Okay. That's beautiful. Patch Ooh, here I fucked up as well. Luckily, we're working with squares, so no harm done yet. Dimension, patch dimension. I'm very interested in this one. Terrain patch. Patch or dimension. Don't we store this one here? It's a little bit weird. Or do we have it here? Bounds. We use it a lot here, to say the least. We do it here as well. Okay. I think I need to get type offset. We just use it to calculate bounds min, get terrain patch. I want to make this a little bit clearer, so we're just going to add a world space there. I want to do it here as well. We want to send in data here, I'm pretty sure. So I'm talking about yeah, because if we want to calculate this one, it's this patch dimension here. Like, I know how to do this, it's just I want it to be crystal clear for future me. I want to avoid writing lines of commentary. So we want to name this correctly and put these things where they belong. Patch dimension, yeah, that's terrain patch. Why am I always having a hard time finding this one? There we go. Get terrain patch index bounds. What I hate is that I want to use this offset both in terrain patch, because all of this, we can put this in a nice method inside of terrain patches where we pretty much transform a bounce in world space to a terrain patch UV bounce. So terrain patch bounce WS to terrain patch bounce UV. That's pretty much what we do here. And that definitely belongs in terrain patch. But to properly do this, we need the offset. And I would say that this offset also belongs in terrain patch. But then again, we use it out here as well. We could probably patch dimension times padding normalized. Dimension, patch dimension. Yeah, we're probably gonna do it like this. Get terrain patch index bounds. Yeah, let's do it like this, why not? Solution, we don't even use this one anymore. I think it's pretty clear right now. Terrain patch index bounds. We're gonna have this in 2 different places, which I'm not that sure about, but okay. Fuck, is this clear? Terraform, terrain patch index bounds. Get terrain patch index bounds for data type. Yeah, maybe. And then what I want to do is bounds. Bounds. Terrain patch, or actually, I want to name it to brush bounds terrain patch UV. It's equal to, and then we're gonna want to go terrain patches IJ dot transform bounds to bounds UV. I don't know. Or just calculate bounds UV. And we send in. Oh, no. We have bounds here. Am I gonna have to? Yeah, let's see if we can do this. Terrain patch bounds. Oops. Bounds in world space. Public bounds. I guess that's gonna be too big. Maybe not. Bounds UV. Center size. Maybe. This one is going to be a little bit too long. Down here. get bounds world space, public bounds, get bounds UV. I want to change this one to I'm missing something here, yeah. Get bounds in world space. Get bounds UV. Yeah. Terrain base. Okay, so what do we do? Terrain patch. Mm. Oh, am I tired? Or yeah, this is based on, or yeah, okay, we do it like this. Get uh, then if we do it like this, we might as well have this one as bounds. I don't know. Because basically what we want, if it was just get bounds UV, then we would just return bounds that are between 0 and 1 in both directions. But because that is the UV bounds. But what we want to do here is we want to take, we have a bounds defined in world space and we want to transform it to this terrain patches UV space. Let's keep it like this for now. That's all we need to send in, isn't it? It's this one eventually. And then we have the I want to change this one back to, sorry, it's a bit back and forth now, but I want to keep the WS. But okay, let's see here. Yeah, the offset we still need. So this is what I mean by we're gonna calculate this on in two different places. But I don't really know if we can get away from I don't really know if we can get away from that. And one more thing, we need type here as well. Transform world space bounds to UV bounds. The first thing we do is we calculate offset in world space, patch dimension. Have I named bounds? I don't know if I like the look of this, but whatever. And actually, makes me wonder if we just want to calculate this on startup. We're going to use it quite a lot. That might be a better option. So let's do public bounds bounds vs public get private set, and then we take this one. No reason to recalculate it all the time. And then we have instantiate here where we send in position and base mesh. Is that all we need? Mesh, shared mesh bounds. Yes, we can probably go transform position. Yeah, beautiful. Position. Mesh. Base mesh. Yeah, and one more thing. Bounds vs. Let's rename this one to a... So this is a property now, so let's just make it like this. Yo, what's up, Spires? Hope you had a wonderful stream, man. And thank you for the raid, appreciate it. Transform world space bounds to UV bounds. Patch dimensions. What we do here is we use this one, and we don't need to do this anymore. We don't actually need to cache this one here. So instead we do bounds world space dot size. I think that should be the same. Have a good stream. Thank you. Appreciate it. Always, always. Okay, so now the naming and structure is correct. Now we just need to calculate this properly. And what do we have here? We have offset in world space. Yeah, let's keep that naming. And then we have terrain patch get bounds vs. So this was previously, we recalculated the bounds every time. That's not very nice. So we just changed this one to this instead. And then we have this left, math extension. This is another place where I would love to let's keep it like this. Here we had brush bounds instead. So now this one is not only tied to the brush in question, we can do this with Did I screw up this one, by the way? Terrain patch bounce vs. Yes, we don't want to use this one. Not here either. And adding this here, that's not very nice. Or is it? I'm pretty sure this will confuse me in the future. Pretty sure. Offset world space, bounce min, bounce max. This is more size, center and size. In fact, do we want to work with center and size instead of min max? Can we transform it? What do we have on expand amount? Fuck, that's beautiful. Float amount. Is it percentage based or is it absolute value? Absolute value. Because then we could probably but we could do this way nicer, right? We could do this as offset VS. This is the size we want to extend it with. But then again, this is, we have vector 3 amount, beautiful. So, and bounce is struct. So, I wonder if we can do bounce. Then we just remove the 0.5 here. Okay, so let's do it like this then. It's a struct, so we should create... Yeah, this shouldn't alter this one, right? So we do it like this, and then we just expand this one. That's much cleaner. That's much cleaner, isn't it? And then we can do... The question is if we can do this in a nice way. By bounds. Or we can just use this one. Isn't it field serialize field? Yeah, there we go. I just want to be able to check that one. I'm a little bit worried about this one. That we make. We want to make a hard copy here, right? But anyway, and then we do rain patch bounce UV dot set min max vector 3 min vector 3 max, and do we have vector 3 here? Yes, we do. Min max value. Set min max. Something like this, but here we want to do min extended, max extended. That's true. But that's okay. So here we do min, not max. Am I doing this the correct way? Think so. Transform world space bounds to UV bounds. This is for a terrain patch. The terrain patch in question has its own bounds in world space. But we send in a data type because different data types might have different sizes of the underlying texture. Okay. So we send in the data type and the bounds that we want to transform in world space. The first thing we do is we extend our patch bounds to properly represent the underlying data structure, because the underlying data structure, it overflows. So the underlying data structure is actually bigger than the terrain patch because we have some padding to it. So we expand this bounds, and then we create terrain patch bounds UV, but it's just 0 from the start, and then we set min and max on it. And we take, so the bounds we send in, the min we interpolate between the patch bounds extended, and the max we interpolate between the patch bounds extended. Which should mean that we get bounds between 0 and 1 as we previously did. Let's try this one. I'm a little bit, I don't know. But eventually UV min here is vector 2 as well. But let's fix that. Bounds. Then we have to do dot min dot x min dot z. Let's try it. One thing I was a little bit worried about was terrain patch bounce vs minus 1215. I want this one, yeah. Bounce 1215. Okay, seems to work. Do we have an offset? I don't think so. Hmm. Hmm. That's weird. Okay, so it gets stuck. Yeah, we're eventually gonna have to handle that as well, but okay. Seems to still work with the different patches as well. Okay. Think I don't know how much better this is, but we're gonna use this in multiple places, so it's a little bit better. And then we can probably just do this as well. Fuck, makes me wonder if we sent down brush here. Like, should I hide this or should I put this inside of Terraform? Maybe. And I should definitely... we can probably clean this up as well. This right here... Yeah, I want to get rid of these strings as well. I think we have them in Terraform brush. I think we actually have them here. Step error margin, I don't think we use this one anymore. This new system doesn't need this kind of stuff. UV boundary brush bottom left. UV boundary brush bottom left, yes. So we want to be able to set these. Set brush boundary, beautiful. Something like that. Brush. Brush boundary UV brush bounds terrain patch UV, and then we can probably pack all of this into this one. Fuck yeah, I think so. Okay. Okay. I think we have put all of the different lines where they actually belong. So instead of having, I don't know, what was it, like 100 lines here in terrain base, we've actually we've added this one in terrain base. I'm still questioning this one right here, but that's okay. So we moved some lines here. This one is reusable. We're probably gonna reuse it in when we print the information about a data point. And then we have taken most of the other stuff and put it inside of this one. So we check, does this terrain patch actually has this type of data? If it does, calculate the UV space, get the data, modify the data, or queue the modification of the data, actually modify it, clear the command buffer, and then if it's collision based, update collider. This is probably the line with the most crucial line. In this full chain. Okay, nice. So the reason we did this cleanup was actually because we need a few of these things in, first of all, occupy. Occupy. Because what we're doing here is basically getting the bounds, the terrain patches within as well. So it's, we want to replace this with, this, I guess. But now we're not doing brush type and brush bounds. Instead, we're doing occupy, terrain patch index bounds. The type in question is terrain data type dot activity height min. But eventually I want to, once again, I want to have this as, this would look beautiful, I think. But activity height min. And the bounds in question. Entity bounds. Like this, beautiful. Then we have the bounds. We want to do a similar for loop as this. For occupy, I probably want to bring this one down a bit, but let's see here. And then we just do this. Like this. And actually, one more thing. I'm going to move this one down. We're going to test if this one actually does what we hope it does. Get information. I want to put occupy after my gets and above terraform. This is very similar. Get index bounds, get index bounds. Here we do it from brush. Here we do it from entity bounds. Here we add entities to a list, which we hopefully in the future don't need to do anymore if we implement this as a renderer feature. And here we do Terraform instead. So add Terraform. Yes, before we test this, I just want to take a quick look at this one. Because what we do here, we can probably fix this up in a similar way we did with transform world space bounds to UV bounds. And I'm not meaning we can't use this method because we're doing interpolation between some different. The surrounding data is very different, but what I'm talking about is using this expand method instead. And this. Instead of calculating an offset, calculating instantiating vector 3, vector 2 int, vector 3, vector 2 int, and doing this. But here we have bounds int though. Set min max. Maybe. Floor to int, clamp. expand. Bounce VS. Hayato, what's up, what's up? Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday. Oops. Yeah, I think I want to do this. So bounce VS, we want to expand it. But then again, transform point to normalized space. Yeah, I don't want to truncate it too early. Let's leave this as a little bit to do. Question mark. Okay. Okay, so now we have this occupy. Let's see if it works still when we have changed it. We don't want to test Terraform this time around. We want to test this data, yeah. Terrain height max. Yeah, we definitely get the same. Yo, what's up, PG King? Been a short while, right? I'm good, I'm good. Having pretty good flow these last couple of days. How about you? Okay, so we definitely... Oh, one sec. Did I... Yeah, we still have this issue, which I thought... I think I know what this is. I want to try... Yeah, it's an offset problem. So what I'm seeing here is that we change both of the terrain patches, which we didn't previously. So this one overlaps two terrain patches. And this time we change both of them. So that's good. Now we just need to get the damn offset and scaling correct again. That should be pretty straightforward, I think. Oh, that's awesome. What are we working on today? We're still in the process of like improving and extending everything. So still the shock waves from the tessellation implementation, but we're right at the end of it. We pretty much just need to get this scale and offset this activity texture correctly, and then we're gonna move on to some new stuff. Then we're gonna move back to the snow again, and then we're gonna move on to some new stuff. I've been doing pretty good too, thanks. Nice to hear, nice to hear. Okay, so the scaling for this one is late update, activity texture. This is pretty much the, what do I want to refer to it as? This is where the magic happens, I guess. View matrix. This right here is what I think is screwing things up. This view matrix, we're not calculating it the correct way. And that is in terrain patch, and we can check activity texture view matrix. We create it here, we do a transform or translate, rotate and scale matrix. Transform position is the center of the terrain patch. That's good. The rotation is just 90 degrees on the x-axis, Euler, so we're just rotating the camera downwards. And finally, we have the scale. One sec though. We could probably keep scale 1 here, I think. And what we want to change is, so it might not actually be the view matrix. This one is pretty base, straightforward. Instead, I'm wondering if this is the culprit. Yes. Patch dimension X, patch dimension Z. So this is the actual patch dimension in world space, excluding the padding. So when I say padding, if we go back to this figure, where do we have it here? Just gonna let this load a bit because we have a lot of figures here. So it's this one we're talking about. I've referenced this figure quite a lot these days. Let's do it again. So what we're seeing here is 4 different data textures: blue, pink, green, orange. And then we're seeing 4 different terrain patches. Those are the white squares. The underlying data textures in this example is 7 times 7 pixels, and we can see here that we have a 3 pixel overlap between them. So if we compare to the terrain patches, we can actually see here that we have on each direction we have a half, 1 and a half in padding. And when we do the projection matrix, when we create that projection matrix, we don't take this into account. So basically we project everything down on this terrain patch down onto this texture, so we get a little bit of a scale offset and stuff like that. And I should really be able to adjust this one quickly right now because we have done it so many times. And I think it is as easy as adding an offset here, 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 and here. And the offset we want to add is this one. patch dimension. I think. Let's try it. Now we do this calculation in 3 different places. Would definitely prefer to only do it in one place. Would definitely. Yeah. At least 2 places would also be fine. It's a little bit weird because this one is, it's tied to patch dimension, right? So we need to know the dimension of the patches. We know that all patches has the same dimension. Patch dimension is calculated by the dimension of the full terrain divided by patch count. Dimension is set pre-runtime, and so is patch count. So this is a calculation we can do. We can probably use these. Or we can use these. But then if we go to terrain patch, this is the second place where we do this calculation. I'm starting to think that we might want to... Do we want to send it in here? Do we want to expand the brush bounce pre... But that also feels a little bit weird. Bounce. I'm having a hard time finding a place or where this actually belongs. Patch dimension. Maybe, like I'm thinking we could put it in terrain base, and during a wake we calculate, so patch dimension extended or something like that. It's different per type. Okay, so we need to do it as a method. But actually type, yeah, that's true. Yeah, we can't store it. I wonder if we can do something like this. Public bounds get we want to transform a bounds to also include margins or paddings of the underlying data structure. I guess that was our previous error margin. I don't really like that word either, though. Get data. I'm not too sure. Calculate data included bounds. Did we brain patch dimension or patch dimension? Just I really need to get the naming under control. And then we do type get calculate data included bounds, and then we do type. Yeah, we never expand it in this direction. And we use this one here. Calculate data included bounds. Okay, so now we use it here. And then we have it inside of here. Transform world space bounds to UV bounds type. UV bounds. Uh, did I fuck this up? No. This is what I mean. We have it in two different places. Here we don't want to expand this one. But here we definitely do want to expand it. Mm. Okay, having it in two places is definitely better than three, but still. So what I think, we're gonna have to see if everything works as it's supposed to, but what I think now is when we create the projection matrix, wherever we do that, where the fuck do we create that one? In generate. Handle UV offset and scale. That's what we're doing right now. So in awake, debug ground terrain. Here we have terrain activity material property block. This is probably where we want to put this one. Remove that one. Terrain projection matrix. What we want to do here is bounds patch bounds extended equal to transform, or actually, did I call it transform? Calculate data included bounds. The bounds in question is patch is new bounds patch bound extended and then can we just do left, right, bottom, top? Left, right. Yeah, we're gonna have to do something with this one actually. Ortho, said near, said far. I wonder if we can do... this instead. Okay, let's see what we have. This still works. It looks like we still have some... Or is that actually the shovel screwing things up? Ah, we still have this issue. It's definitely not only the shovel. But this looks correct to me. Or one sec. Center minus extents. Okay, this could be wrong, but view matrix. This could also be wrong. Scale 1, but I'm having a harder time. I'm having a harder time blaming this. Activity texture view matrix. Translate to the center of the terrain patch. Rotate 90 degrees on the x-axis. No scaling. Yeah. Patch bounds extended. Extend bounds based on data. New bounds. One sec. I'm just gonna pour myself a new cup of coffee. Okay, back. But I can't put my finger on what would be wrong here, unless this one is wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's not. Data included bounds. Yes. What the fuck? But yeah. 100%. I wonder why we didn't see some error with Terraform. Maybe I just didn't look closely enough. It looks all right. And this looks better. Yes. This looks great. When we debug this one as well, I would like to have the I would like to recolor it, but I want it to have the typical normal calculations, you know? We had it previously, I don't know. We can double check it soon. Okay, great. I think this is a nice, great implementation. Patting myself on the back. Okay. One thing, let's see here. Height data, height normal, foliage. This one still works, I hope. Yes. Height min. We don't get any height min drawn to the data. We get height max, and we get activity direction. And direction strength, but not height min. And also this new way we're doing stuff. Like when we draw... Yeah, I really need to go through this activity data. Maybe we can structure it in a better way or redefine it in a much nicer way. Like activity height min and height max. I was hoping that by having those two we could probably... we're never going to be able to recreate 3D space from only those two data points. But by having those two, you have like a range that is occupied. But the things I wanted to use that for, it didn't really work out. So I'm wondering if we can replace height max and height min with something better eventually. I'm still thinking about that. Like... Yeah, I think we're gonna have to implement some more use cases for this activity texture before I actually figure out if what we have is good enough or if we need to extend it or change it or whatnot. But we still have the problem of min not showing. I wonder if that is as easy as, let's see here, what do we have? Activity dynamic output. Not entirely fond of the way we're doing this either, but inverse lerp 0, 1, 0 terrain bounds y. Are we getting output here, but it's extremely small? Or extremely... Terrain min? No, it doesn't seem... Blend operation min. Oh, yes. Is this actually... Okay, is this just an issue of... When we instantiate this one, when we instantiate this one, I don't think we do... That's in terrain patch. Let's see. generate we try to load from file to do flag to enable load, if not load clear texture. I think this is just a problem. I think we're trying to write to it, but we don't instantiate it with any data, which means that height min is set to 0 and our shader is blend operation min. So when we try to write to this texture, we compare to what data do we already have there. Okay, 0, that's less than what we're trying to write, so we don't write anything. This is also one of those things I would like to improve upon here. And I hate this as well, having 3 passes here to write 4 different types of data. I would like to be able to do this in just 1 pass, actually. But the problem is, here we do cull off, max, min, blend 1, 0. Yeah, a lot of space for improvements here, to say the least. But what can we do today? What we can do today is we can properly instantiate it. So we're going to do we have a load flag here? Terrain patch, generate terrain base, generate force. We would probably like to have a load flag here. On destroy. Yeah, we want to clean this up. Do we have on destroy here? Now what we're gonna do instead is we can't really rely on destroy on terrain base because it's stuck to a singleton game object, so it never gets called. But what we can do is environment controller, don't destroy on load. Like, does this actually get destroyed? I don't know. I just want to try this real quick. I should know this, but yeah. Oh, what is it? Oh, that might explain it actually. Oh well. Or did I screw something up? Application quit destroy. Which one do I want to use? For now, we're actually going to use this one during development. So what I'm thinking about doing here, we're just going to add a quick save and load concerning the terrain base and terrain patch. We have some basic system in place for it. I'm not going to make 100% sure that it works, but I just want to get this, I want to get the logic working. So if we should save and load persistency, see, don't I have something like this? Ah, fuck it. So I want to add private pool. Mm. And then in terrain base on not awake, but generate bool force bool load. And then in, do we have on destroy here, by the way? On destroy, no. And then in terrain patch, generate, I have it at the end, bool load. But here we do have on destroy, yeah. Terrain data container, we destroy all of them. I don't want to have this in destroy here. We're gonna create our own method. We're not gonna jump on the mono behavior stuff. Instantiate, generate. Terraform. Can you say destroy bool save? And then we do if save. Then we actually want to go through save. We don't have save here. Previously. think we can implement this one real quick. For now, we're just going to keep it like this. So if save, and then we're going to go through data for each terrain data container. Terrain data container dot save name. Hell yeah. Name plus data container dot type. Do we have that? Oh, we have macro type dot as string. So we have destroy, save, and we have generate load. Generate load. Here we have data load. Do we have a boolean here? We don't implement this one either, I don't think, currently. No. Terrain patch. Here we have generate values. So we're gonna have, we create them here, and then we're gonna do if load. Then we just do apply. This, if we don't have load, that's when we're gonna instantiate this we might want to clean up eventually, but we're gonna instantiate height with these values. And then we're gonna do clear foliage. Don't know if we really need to do that actually. And here we just load activity height. We're gonna properly instantiate height. That's what began all of this. But for now, let's just delete these lines. Okay, something like that. Terrain base generate. So we have generate load here. So I want to call load. Do we have another error here? Yes, we do. Regenerate. Oh, fuck me. Yeah, this one we don't use anymore. But if we regenerate it, we don't want to load any data. Okay, so then we jump back to environment controller. We get this component. If we don't have it, we add it, and then we generate here, and we set force should be true, but load should be equal to persistent. So generate, if this one is true, we load it from a file, otherwise we generate it. And then I also want to have on destroy terrain dot destroy here. Terrain base, generate. Destroy might be, oops, Yeah, we're probably going to rename it eventually. Bool save. Here we do... Can we do for each terrain patch in terrain patches or patches? Does this work with this type? Yeah, maybe it does. Terrain patch destroy, save. I thought. Oh, that's the thing. Yeah, we definitely want to rename this one. So not destroy, but release. Probably not the word I'm looking for. Dispose. But I guess dispose is also... Oh. Yeah, what I hate... Destroy, that's object destroy. Let's try dispose. And yeah, definitely need to make this public. Not anymore though. Environment controller terrain dot this. Make this private as well. Expose. Persistent. Okay, something like that. And do we still have all of these? Test flags, environment controller, rain base. Debug layer mask. This one we use terrain data load material. Damn, the amount of cleanup that has been done in the last couple of weeks. Insane. Okay. Environment controller persistence false. Let's play this. We generate it from scratch. We get one error here. I want to see what kind of error that is. Unsupported type terrain material. This one... I don't know. But okay, so now when we have that roughly in place-ish, we have some sort of template in place at least. But now we can do terrain patch. So when we instantiate height and foliage, we want to do something similar to activity. Here we want to do something similar to this one, I reckon. We need to calculate UV scale and UV offset again. That's why I want to clean these up as well. Base resolution 1 divided by base resolution. That's okay, I suppose. UV offset test. Yeah, we might want to rename these. Because we want to use a data value generator here to generate the activity height, min, texture. The data we generate is going to be red 1, green 0, blue 0, A 0. That should work for us, I think. Yeah, that should work for us. I wonder. UV offset, UV scale, noise scale. I don't even know if we actually need those for... Let's try it here. Activity height min, and then I want to see if we can do data dot generate values, and we want to generate the values by, we send in micro index. Oh, that's true. We generate the value only for let's do it. We just generate it for one channel, basically. Not height, but activity height min dot micro index. And the generator in question, I don't know if this one takes scale and offset and stuff like that, but we'll see. New data value, constant data value generator. It just takes value, and that's beautiful. 1. Okay, before we try this one, I just want to take a look at these real quick and check what we have. UV offset test, UV offsets, UV scale test. We can probably clean these up by just removing test. Okay, we can't because we have UV offset here. But this is actually an index. Okay. PG King, by the way, cleanup always feels so good to do. I agree, 100%. I love that shit. Okay, so what do we have now? 5. It's still empty. Granted, I wouldn't know much about cleanup in dev, but cleaning up in Factorio feels... Generally, cleanup feels good, right? Even in real life, I would say. I hate doing it. It's not the same, it's not the same. I have fun cleaning up code. I don't have fun cleaning up my home. It's hard to start cleaning up, but when it started, it's awesome. Yeah, that's actually true. So why isn't this enough is my question. It's maybe not enough because terrain base... First of all, let me just double check this one. Constant data value generator, value, generate value, value. That's gradient. Oh! Not constant. Why the fuck did we get to... Yeah, okay, sorry. The file is called gradient. Huh. How the hell did this happen? What the fuck? Okay. But I'm having a hard time seeing this being the cause for it. Okay. This should be all red, but I'm wondering... Activity, we do it as R16G, 16B, 16A, 16U norm. I wonder if we have a problem with generate values. Get pixel data float. The result is amazing. The result is the best part. I love just relaxing after having cleaned up the whole apartment. It makes everything else you do in the apartment feel so much better. Yeah, so we're getting float values here, but we're actually working with float 16 or half or whatever it is. I want to see if this is the cause by doing R32, G32, but here we only have assigned float. Let's try it. That's a lot of bits for little data. Okay, that's probably not the reason. Do we clear this somewhere else? Terrain patch, the height min. Height, foliage, height min. Dispose. I don't think so. I might know. Generate, apply. This apply, we need to send the data to the GPU as well. That might have been it. In the end, come on, come on, come on. Okay. 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 But does it work? Fuck, do we fuck up? Okay, the apply screws everything up. Okay, that's good to know. Or the generation in question screws everything up. Oh, yes. Um, um, Here we create a texture that has red, green, blue alpha channel. Each channel is 32 bits, but then when we read it back, we handle all of it. Like each data is only 32 bits when it's actually 128 bits, which is... I'm starting to think that for now we have a big to-do here. Make it work with other types than float. I have this idea that we're gonna go do some generic shit here eventually, which is gonna be real nice, based on if we compare it with the graphics format. But I definitely don't want to do that right now. All of, or most of these methods that alters data on the CPU is gonna be replaced by GPU alternatives eventually. So I'm thinking that we might just opt for doing it in an unoptimized way for now. So instead of doing get pixel data and a specific type, we just do we use we get get pixel. Yeah, we just do get pixel instead and let Unity handle all of this color. Yeah. Pretty sure. So we're gonna change this one. We're gonna do, so first of all, terrain data types. Let's jump back to R16 norm. 1616 might be, we'll see. Might be overkill. Yeah, so instead we just do get pixel XY index. Oh, fuck me. Actually, then we do get pixels. Oops. Then we don't need to do this. And here we just return data index. And this is value as byte. So we do value index dot value index. That's still a float between 0 and 1. So we just multiply it with 255. And then we cast all of this to byte. Like this. Pixel data, what do we have? Value normalized. Here we just need to do then we have set value. How do we want to do this? Set value. Is readable. I hope we set it. Yeah, in this case, we probably just want to do, let's do it like this for now. Have it the other way around. So what do? We do index divided by width. No. Am I thinking, is this correct? Index. It's the other way around, isn't it? Maybe. Hmm. And then we want the color. Should be able to do it like this, right? Set value. Do we have any more pixel data? Yeah, we have it in generate values. That is true. So then we want to rely on set pixels. And here we just generate a value. Oops. Data I value index. And then finally okay. Extremely unoptimized, but should do the job. And now it should work with different types of graphics format as well. Yo, what's up, Cynic? How are you feeling today? Let's try this. Look at this. The amount of time it takes for this to instantiate. That is rough. But this time around, we get the correct data. Ish. Not really. I slept very good yesterday after I left. Nice. Feeling better and better. Great to hear. Is this the time it's gonna take? Am I gonna have to support this if this one takes as long? Yeah. So yeah, this is too much time. We're gonna have to fix this, definitely. I don't want to wait this long each time we play just to properly generate the values. Yeah, they weren't kidding. Oh, but now when I think about it, okay, so we back to this state, and I don't know why this doesn't, why I didn't. So when we're gonna do something like this, we might as well do it with. We skip apply and we do. Data container. We just do this with a. Fuck, we have clear here and we have clear here, but this is value index, okay. We just do this instead with a. But we need a command buffer for that, I think. Yeah, we just do this. But we do it with a color. So yeah, I want to send in a color here. But how much do I screw up if I do that? Okay, because I don't think we can do. No, but can we do. No. Yeah, we need to have it at compile time. But let's do. Okay, let's add clear color here, or clear. Color. No, I don't like that at all. We can actually. How do I want to do this? When we clear a data texture container, we definitely want to do it with color. But when we clear a data buffer container. We don't want to do it with color. Modify Terraform brush. I'm still not a big fan of sending down the brush here, but yeah. Maybe, just maybe. Hmm. Because basically what I want to do is we just want to generate a pure color here for this texture, but only on the red channel. The red should have values of 1. So we could do it with clear render target and we send down red. But I want to add this in a nice way. Modify. This one. Yeah, the problem is that this is not true for all of the different data containers. 0000 might not be the clear color for each of these. So this is also temporary. This whole thing is temporary, but we could do as color clear value. I don't know. Hmm. It's definitely tied to terrain data type. That's for sure. Maybe we could do something here, but we're gonna have to send down. So we create it, and before we return it, we clear it, but then we're back at the same issue here. But we could do. Why the fuck not? Color clear color. And then we do, after all of this, we do create and, but then we need a command buffer. So it's pretty much all of this, but with a color. So we could do private. I don't know. That's pretty universal. Yeah, I want to test this. Much quicker, at least. 5. This one is red, this one is black. 7, 8. Ooh, what the fuck? Why do we fill this one with 1 values? And even though we have this one as 1, we don't override the values. So that's a little bit weird. But one step in the right direction at least. Although I wonder, here we get full red color. Here we get, so here we get 1, 0, 1, 1. RGBA 1001. Okay, so I understand the alpha being 1. But the blue channel, it could probably have something to do with this. But this should. U norm. That should be okay. And we don't actually need to do this. So let's try and do, so instead of color red, we do 1, 0, 0, 0. Oh, do we have, yeah, we definitely want to check this one. Render texture does not have MIP map. Yeah, there we go. I think this is correct. I think, yeah, this is probably 0 for this one. Yeah. Okay, that explains it. And then we have some issue with the MIPS. True, no MIPS here. False. Generate secondary data. Generate MIPS. Red, black, blue, black. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. So now the question is, we have a height value of 1 here. Why don't we overwrite it? If we take a look at the shader in question, blend operation min, call off. Terrain bounds. What do we set terrain bounds to? What do we set terrain bounds to? Terrain bounds, base mesh bounds size. I don't know. Size, bounds size. Okay, so dimension. Ten. We have 10 here between 0 and 10. Zero to 10 inverse lerp. Input position VSY. Yeah, should be okay. I want to try. Let's do return 0.5. we never draw this one? Definitely looks like it. Height min. It's this one that is the new one, right? I'm gonna have to get to the bottom of this one tomorrow because I need to run now, unfortunately. But we're right at the end of this rework, and it's looking good, to say the least. Extremely happy with the progress this week so far. Hopefully we can get to the bottom of this quick tomorrow, and then continue on to the snow. Yes, PG King looking good indeed, I'm guessing. It looks good. Take my word for it. But yeah, I want to do some relaxing stuff with the snow. We're just gonna polish it up. We have it in a pretty good state, if I remember correctly. But yeah, we'll see. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Always appreciated, and have a great rest of the day. Peace.